Trump know about this real ID? That's my next question.
Good question. Go, Kim, do you have that video ready?
Yep, I sure do.
All right,
Hang
cool,
on.
cool.
All right, this switches directions just a little bit, but this is Ed Martin talking about the Transition Integrity Project and Georgetown and Rosa Brooks and all of these, crazy communists that have basically been, forming insurrections on our government for probably about a decade now, if not more.
Oh, but my point is to your point, we can't rely on the truth. We are right. We have to, though, and this is where I think there's responsibility in government. We have to expose the truth. We have to expose it, and if they're not shamed, at least Andrew Weissman can hear his name. Andrew Weissman is truly one of the more despicable figures in modern American life. Mary McCord, Georgetown University. Oh, I got in a fight with Georgetown. Georgetown University's mad at me.
Filthy organization.
I wrote Georgetown Law, and I said to the dean, we're not going to hire your people either for jobs or internships because you're doing DEI after the president said stop.
Yes.
He wrote back and lectured me on Jesuit ideals. Yeah. And freedom. Now, he went to Yale and Harvard. I don't think those are religious, but I went to Holy Cross, slightly Jesuit the whole time, St. Louis U, Jesuit, on and on and on. And he lectured me. But here's what happened quickly.
Was he a Jesuit?
No, of course not. He said he's not even Catholic. Well, maybe he's Catholic. I don't know. But he's lecturing me. And bar complaints are coming in from people saying Georgetown is great. All I'm saying is this.
Georgetown's disgusting.
Well,
sorry.
But more importantly, you talk about weaponizing government. You got this Rosa Brooks, Mary McCord. These are the people coming out of Obama land, and they're taking the Transition Integrity Project. Remember this? The Transition Integrity Project. And they're saying, how would we do an American color revolution? Right? How would we do that? And they're laying it out. Remember game planning? They were doing this tabletop, and they're looking at and participating are all kinds of Americans with security clearances and military background, and
terrifying.
And we're supposed to sit here and say, "Oh, isn't this great? You guys do all of that," and we say nothing. And meanwhile, you get hundreds of millions of dollars in American tax dollars to do it to us. So I asked them a question. They got upset. But the point here is,
and Rosa, I know Rosa Brooks well. She did that out of Georgetown.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. It's an institute still. She's still doing
Georgetown is, it's had really unhealthy relationships with the U.S. government for many, many decades. The CIA small arms training facility was on their campus. I know that for a fact because I know someone who trained there. They have been, Georgetown is one of those things. It's not a private institution. It's an arm of the deepest of the deep state. And they're scary and they're supported by U.S. tax dollars. It's not a college. You want your kid to go to Georgetown. Oh, he goes to Georgetown. Go Hoyas. It's way more than that. People just have no idea.
Well, and my point to you is, I agree, and we have to name it.
Yes.
It's not enough to us to know. We have to say Mary McCord and Rosa Brooks at Georgetown Law.
Oh, I know.
What they're doing is destructive to the country, and people should know it.
They're planning insurrection, actually.
They speak of it.
I know, using U.S. tax dollars and all these, nice, sort of well-meaning Irish Catholic alums around the country who don't agree with anything that Rosa Brooks says are sending them money and sending them their kids there because the veneer, the skin suit still lives. Right. Georgetown. Oh, Buchanan went to Georgetown. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the fakest place in the United States. Way worse than Harvard, actually, I think.
Right,
sorry.
But fake would be bad enough.
Yeah.
It's destructive.
It's sinister. I agree.
Destructive. And again, if you think it's a debate, if it's a debating moment, then you're in one spot. If you think it's a battle for the future of the country and the world, then you're in a different moment. And that's how I look at what we're seeing going on, and that's why I think some people probably realized he knows how this goes a little more, and so they didn't want me in that spot. But I got another spot, so it'll work out.
He got another spot. Yeah, he's gonna freaking whoop some butt and take some names. That was my favorite Tucker moment last week.
Yeah, I thought you said they went into Skull and Bones a little bit as well.
They did.
Later on in the conference.
They kind of touched on Harvard, Princeton, that kind of thing, and saying that Georgetown is actually worse. And if you think that there's not those secret societies being run out of there, there's this whole veneer and this prestige around Georgetown when in fact, it is straight up producing communists that are taking down our government in front of our eyes.
Yeah, but it's also being run by the government.
Right. It's the government
Right?
within
So
the
it's
government. That's what it's, it is, that
right.
is the nest of the deep state.
I would argue, right? Like, let's put it in terms like people can straight understand, right? Georgetown is a higher education facility of the CIA, if we're going to put it nicely.
Jen, I want to ask you. Yeah, definitely. It might as well be Vanderbilt or Yale, or Harvard.
I mean, it might as well be welcome to CIAU.
Yeah.
Hey Jen, I gotta step down. Can you take over co-host?
Sure.
We're not going to be too much longer, Jen. We're going to be wrapping up shortly, so we won't be holding you up too much. Thank you, Kim. You said you're taking off, or are you going to hang out?
Yeah, I might be hanging out in the audience, but I gotta hop down for a bit.
All right, cool. No worries.
All right.
Jen, question. Just make sure you give up the co-host, so I can pass it off. Jen, what do you think about? I saw this candidate, Don Brown, for Senate. Seems like a pretty nice guy. Like off, from what I see the surface, this guy Don Brown is running as actual conservative to primary that rhino Tom Tillis of North Carolina.
So I saw that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think this goes back, right, to my feelings about the direction, right, of that AmericaMission is taking, right? And I really think, like, the more I think about it, it really is a psyop, right? Because when you're working, right? So say that you become the nice little Politico and you're like, okay, we just had a nationwide election and now it's my job to go, find X, Y, and Z candidate, right? And I'm over there and I'm working real hard to get him to go to different events, right? And to get him to go speak in front of different people and go meet with big donors because he's going to need, deep pockets, right? Except the people who want to discourage people in that position, right, turn around and say, oh, well, you're 2 years out from the election. Nothing you do really matters until maybe a month out, maybe 10 days out. That's when people have the attention span and are paying attention to the election and trying to figure out who they're going to vote for in 10 days, right? That's when you're getting people. So actually, anything up until 2 years or a month out or 10 days out from the election is actually just a song and dance of the political elite, the donor class, and the consultant class in order to raise money and keep everybody distracted from Congress. It's really what it is. Right? And I get, like, there are some people, right? Guys, they're MAGA. MAGA could divide and conquer. I know this is a strange theory because everybody's talking about how we need unity. No. We need to divide and conquer. So some MAGA people need to go and try to find, because think about it, guys. Any one of these elections around the country for Congress or Senate, right, that everybody's concentrating on for 2 years, there's maybe, if you're lucky, 2, 3, 4, less than 5 people who actually stand up and say they want to run. And of those 5, maybe 3 of them can, put a political sentence together in order to get through a debate. Right? And then maybe by the stroke of God, we'll actually get somebody into the office. But don't worry, sir. We're going to leave you to the wolves up in DC while we go and try to find a candidate. And then my next question is, I understand registering voters is really, really important, right? Except, like, I have seen people expend years years, and especially in the 2024 election, registering voters. Who were you out there registering this whole time? And if everybody's doing their job, why is there still voters out there to freaking register in these numbers that we need everybody concentrating on one thing? Right? What are we going to start like what are we doing to help these candidates other than 10 days out? Really? What are we pushing them to get in front of next daddy donor who can, bribe this guy to sell his soul before he gets to DC because they know nobody's concentrating on Congress? Right? And I'm not saying I'm not going to help candidates, right? Because I am, right? But I'm not going to go and expend enormous amounts of resources, right? To try to find a needle in a haystack when there's 25 other groups doing the same exact thing. And guys, there's not that many people. It's not that big pool. But meanwhile, up in Congress, don't worry, cocaine and hooker parties are happening. And they have been sitting there for 3 months bribing all of the nice Americans that we got to go to Congress to join their little cabal and forget about their constituents because almighty daddy dollar donor is going to give you money. And I just feel that we have been so misdirected, right? And it's such like a really hard topic to bring up, right? Because like Avi, right? There's some people who are like, "Oh my god, we got to go find our candidate. We got to go find them. We got to go work local, 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 local." Okay, local's important. I get it. But do we need 25 groups working with the same people trying to find the needle in the haystack? Or should we be up in Congress and helping nice Joe Blow, who we met at Nowheresville, Iowa, who told his wife he was going to stand up and do the right thing and go to Congress? Shouldn't we be up there helping that guy so he's not going to the cocaine and hooker parties? So he's not getting bribed? Because we wouldn't have to be out here looking for so many candidates all the time or doing all of this if our message was interesting, our message was getting across, and that like we actually were accomplishing shit in Congress so we weren't having to always find the next best shiny green grass that is left there when we should be helping our people in Congress. Because every time I bring up an issue that needs to be talked about in this country, the answer I get is, "Oh, Jen, that's a congressional issue. Jen, that's a congressional issue. You need to go local and go find somebody to put into Congress so we can change this." Okay, what about the freaking retards who are up there now who don't want to see their constituents because they're out here working local to try to find a needle in a haystack and not enforcing the people that we sent there in the first place?
Jen, I'll one thing I'll say to that, I'll definitely agree with you 100% on everything you said there. You know, managing the people that we do get in there and helping them and making sure they stay on the right track uh, is important. And I think that would be much easier done if they acted the way they're supposed to act as congressmen, like as far as where they reside. Like you're supposed to stay in your district or your your county or whatever that you were elected from, and spend most of your time there. Like it used to be, they didn't spend much time in Washington. They did, but they travel but to Washington, but they spent most of their time where they lived with their constituents. And it was much like if that was the situation and these people weren't living in Washington DC all the time, and then they actually lived around their constituents, it might be much easier done, perhaps. I don't know.
Hey, hey, I came up to say hello.
What's up, Sleepy? How you
How
doing?
you guys all doing?
It's been a minute.
I've been off for a couple weeks or month. I just can't take it anymore. Jen, you're spot on a lot of things. The things that you forgot just now, you're distracting me a little bit. But in the elections, We have no control over the elections due to the fact of the software. We're not allowed to see or touch or be involved in what the software does and how it spits out the answers that it spits out. So you're right. It doesn't matter who we register, how they get registered, who's hanging, where's low. Anyway, I came up to tell you, though, that we are in a constitutional crisis right now, and it's more severe than, and that's the reason I haven't been around or talking. You guys are all mentally masturbating and talking all this bullshit, but it's more serious than everybody even realizes, is because we expected President Trump to bring us back to a constitutional republic. He hasn't done it. He's not pushing back hard enough on the Supreme Court. He's not pushing back on the power levers. He's doing his tours. He's doing his bonding and making the economy's good. But we have again a constitutional crisis. We need to have our republic reinstated, which means that I have the horsepower to go into my county and push back on my county bullshit with these mandates and all this other stuff. If his Department of Justice and all the other ones aren't bowing up and putting down these people that are complete cowards, and they're I guess you guys would call them treasonous, right? A lot of people use the word treasonous, but it's usually an act of war against your country. But there are some side notes that you can go after people and say for treason, right? So it is bigger than a lot of people are seeing, and it is a psyop, like you say, Jen. And I really appreciate you and Dustin continuing to talk properly about these people trying to say, oh, we need to give them time, or oh, the FBI needs process, or this or that and the other. It's a bunch of bullshit. They could be locking people up and then processing. So anybody that gives me this bullshit that Blondie needs time and this other stuff is a bunch of bullshit. You're all psyoping me. Do not do it. You're wrong. We need to get the constitutional republic back in order, and Trump has to do it from the top, and that's what we put him in there for.
Well, you won't hear that from us, Sleepy. The thing is, what I personally say is that, and even Ed Martin, I played a clip from him earlier. He's saying, we want you to hold us accountable. We want you to put the pressure on. They need that. That's the thing. They need us to.
Okay, well,
provide.
if you have congressional people that are out there protesting, you have congressional people out there protesting, and they're subverting our republic. Okay, they are inciting. You got to take them in and at least give them a misdemeanor charge, because I'm not a big fan of all these laws, and we're over regulated with laws which are unconstitutional laws and regulated by them
100%.
But
I mean,
you could
isn't
at
it
least
supposed to be that you get arrested and then you either stay in jail while they build the case on you, or you are let out
No,
on your
you
own
get
recognizance?
I mean, factually, that's actually unconstitutional. But if you have somebody that signs an
Yes.
affidavit against you, because generally somebody that is injured has to sign an affidavit against you, if you really understand constitutional law. But we can fuck with them because they fucked with us for the last 4 years. I mean, even Jen got harassed and ruined their lives, right? And so they want to see a little bit of retribution, and I think it's fine, to start that process again, to working back into the constitutional republic. So that is an interesting point, but that is actually unconstitutional to do that. But
Wait, so to arrest them,
yeah, I mean,
if there's
you
like
have
if
to have
there's
you
like
have to have a signed affidavit of injury or damages by somebody
don't we have
against
that
it.
though? I mean,
Well, you could, yeah, we could. And in regards to treason, you have to have just two people sign. Read your constitution, and then there's also state constitutions, but read it. And if you have two people that'll attest to it and sign that
I mean, what they
they've
did at the
created
Munich Security Conference in front of the whole world, you've got more
Agreed.
than two witnesses.
Correct. So you guys get it. I think if American Mission stays on that path of trying to get our republic back and wake these people up, because what's his top guy that talks, the bald guy, that he's really smart, he's really eloquent and talks tough.
Stephen Miller.
Yeah. If he actually brings action into his words and actually starts producing, that would be fantastic, because he gets it. I think don't you think?
Well, he just filed a lawsuit against Justice
Roberts.
Well, the Supreme Court it's a problem. They are a huge problem right now. So I'm sure you guys all get that. I don't want to be like what Dustin says. Dustin says, if you don't have anything new to say, don't talk. What the hell are you doing? So, and I listen to that other guy, Seraphin or whatever. He's a piece of shit. I think he's a total piece of shit. He's anyway.
Don't worry, Jen got him.
Yeah, Jen, and I want you to know that there's people that do listen and really appreciate you. Just keep it up and keep, understanding the republic and fight for the republic. We're not fighting for some democracy or some FBI to be playing by the rules that they've played by over the years. This is a different era, everybody. This is to save the republic. And if we don't, I know Dan at Precinct Strategy, and I get that. And I really appreciate it, Adam, that you've gone that path, but I think we're beyond that now. I mean, we really need the upper echelon to push back into the constitutional republic.
I just want to try to make sure that we get paper ballots. As much
Absolutely
right now is a lot of people have had election fatigue, right? So
Okay, but Adam, I get this, right?
So-
But this is what is pissing me off. Okay. Actually, I probably should not. No, I'll talk to you later.
me
Adam.
trying to get people involved in
Yeah, hey, listen to this one
No,
thing,
no, no, no,
Adam.
no, no, not
Oh,
you.
okay. I was like, what? What did I
Okay,
do?
everybody stop taking everything so goddamn personally. Like,
Right.
seriously.
No, I'm joking.
Did you hear
around.
that? Did you hear that one person that stood up and said, I was a top official that said that 97% of the vote has paper backup? I forget who that was, if anybody can remember, but they said that, there's 97% of all elections have paper backup. And it was such a lie, and nobody pushed back on that. So they think that they're still producing good results out of their elections, which they're lying. And they are just manipulated. So anyway, you guys have a lot of great points. Adam, you're fantastic. Everybody's fantastic here. Keep fighting for the republic.
Always and forever, till the day that I die. But yeah. So Terry, I saw you had your hand up. Jen, did you want to add anything or say anything? Or
No, I'm good, Adam.
Okay. All right, Terry, it's up on you. The mic
You
is
can
yours.
re-throw me the co-host though, because
I did.
I couldn't hear anybody. No, I had to drop out again.
Oh.
I canceled the co-host and then I had to drop out
And
again.
I don't know if the space may or may not crash because it's holding up, but my computer's browser is frozen, and I don't want to try to I've tried going hitting different buttons, but it's still stuck on the participants right now. So if anything, we'll wrap up after Terry and close the space and call it a day. Well, go ahead, Terry.
I love the conversation, you guys, and sorry I don't have something to wrap up because everybody's been conversating so much. I lost what my train of thought was, but it's been great conversation, and I like the part where we're talking about getting people in there and why does it take so long to do everything? Is I guess I'm remembering my question or what I wanted to ask. Isn't the due process and so on and so forth, but isn't it also speedy, you know, trials and trying to get things done? How come they can, they draw things out for so long to where they can do other things to cover things up and but we don't get any of those leeways that they get in Congress and doing all this stuff, but we never fight against any of that. We never say no. We the people, no, we don't want this to go this way. Why can't, you know, is it just that we the people are being so sitting back and letting everybody else run our lives pretty much because that's pretty much what the government is doing is running our lives and we think we're free. We're not free. We need to fight to be free again because they've put so many regulations on everything to where we can't do it because of this regulation and this regulation. Now they have like the FDA and the EPA and all this that they fight against each other, and then we get wrapped up with it because we have to do what they say. And it's just, I wish things could go faster. And, you know, but I guess you're right. We need to do it at the local level and start saying, hey, we the people want it to run this way. We don't want it to run your way because your way's not working. We're not happy with it. We need to change it. And with them changing these laws that we don't know about, and I don't understand why we can't find out who votes on what and who's voting for what. So we, the people, can pull the wrong people out and put the right people in if that's what we want, not what the government wants. And it's hard to talk with people a lot because it's kind of like a lot of people that don't want to get into politics, they don't want to get into it because our voice is not heard. And that's what I hear from a lot of people is, I can't do anything about it. And I'm all, yeah, you can, but we all need to stand up. But nobody wants to be the one to step up first and then try and do it. I mean, I've lost a lot of friends over paying attention to politics because they talk about stuff that means nothing and everything. And I'm like, you guys don't even understand that that could be changed, but we can't change it unless we stand up and be strong like we're supposed to. I mean, everybody just lets the government run our lives and then everybody bitches about it, and I'm guilty as that too, I'm just realizing a lot of it. And it's it's just sad that we as a people can't come together and figure this out and go, hey, you know what? We all need to do this. And, it'll make it much better if we, like, I don't know who it was saying it, but, you know, we all need to stand up and say, hey, this is how it could be if we all did it. But thanks for
Take the
letting me
community.
speak, you guys. I
You know.
appreciate it.
Terry. I think Jen wanted to add something, and what Jen says is like, she's talking about right now is, keeping the people that we worked so hard to get into office, keeping them, on track and making sure they stay on track. Like, Jen, if you want to speak more to that, that'd be great.
Thanks, Adam. No, it's honestly a delicate dance, right? Because I know what I'm saying is pissing people off, right? And Adam, like, I get the precinct thing. I do. I get it. Okay? And I get the local level thing. I get it. But does everybody need to be concentrating on one thing? Right? And when I see it, right, I now I can't unsee it. Of the fact that, like, we work so hard to get people into Congress and we walk away. We walk away until they do something wrong, right? And we go and remind them, we're going to primary you. Like, do y'all think that's a threat? Right? It's more of a challenge, right? Because now what they're going to do is they're going to get on the phone and say, listen, these people are threatening to primary me. I'm going to need some money in the coffers so I can go and do what I got to do. Okay? While still voting in Congress and screwing the people. But don't worry, sir. You're going to get primaried. We're coming for you. Okay? If How much of your daily life is affected by the decisions that are being made in Washington? And if Washington was in check, do you think that these local governances would be out of check the way they are? Or is Washington setting the example? Is Washington the big brother, right, of the local level? And the local level feels that they can act like that because of what is being passed and what is being gotten away with up in DC. And I just feel like these people have, like, tricked us, right? So the people in DC, right, are turning to us and being like, oh my God, guys, do you know how you affect stuff? Let me tell you, okay? You guys got to work at the local level. You got to work at the local level. Don't worry about what we're doing in DC. It's those local people that are your problem. Or did we just get tricked? Did we get tricked into believing? Because remember, when they go to DC, they don't want to care about their constituency. I don't know if Lindsey Graham has moved out of the, what is it, the Four Seasons or the whatever the hell he lives in DC, right? Has he even gone home to his constituents to at least, kiss some babies, shake some
They boo
hands,
him every time
maybe
he
show
goes.
up in a black neighborhood or two for the first time in 4 years to shake those hands to make sure the black people are there to vote for them when they need?
He only
Right?
did it for his last election, Jennifer, because he had a strong.
Well, Southern, and I
Yeah.
say this in like a very facetious way, but it's the point. When you watch these white politicians grandstand in a black community, you really see what racism is. Like, if we're talking about it, that you feel like these people are just like there for you to go touch to make sure that their voting block is sitting there voting for you. It's disgusting. And I don't know why I have this just like gut feeling of like they've placed a bubble around them in DC, made all of the grassroots think that their only recourse is call your congressperson, send an email, we're gonna primary you. Okay, guys, it's gay, it's fake and gay. Okay, we're done with it. Okay, so America Mission, right? And I know no one likes the lobbyist word. Come up with a different word and come talk to me. Okay. But America Mission is going to be a lobbyist for the people. Who the hell is lobbying DC on our behalf other than our phone calls? Who the hell is keeping these people in check and making sure that what bills are getting passed? Are you renaming a street and acting like it's the best thing ever and you just got to win high-fiving each other as you're going down the hallway, laughing at the fact that they don't know what really is going on, right? Like, Washington affects the local level. It really does. Sally, jump in here.
Yeah, I gotta second your point because I got sent some data for primaries. We're gonna primary them. We're gonna primary them since 2010 to 2024. I did put this data up in the Jumbotron so you guys can look at it because I think what you're saying, you're onto something. This changing the strategy of primary people is not working because in 2010, just one example, 36.6% of the incumbents for primary. The incumbents defeated in primaries that year was 4.2%, right? So if you go through the list that I put up above, and you'll see that they're not afraid of being primaried because only like the highest ever in 1 year. Yeah, that was in 2010. 4.2% of the incumbents got primaried. So our strategy of focusing on the primaries, that is a very low percentage. So Jen, your strategy, we need to rethink this, what we're doing and how we're approaching it because it's not working. It's the same system. The system's broken. Unless we get rid of the GOP, which is private, and the DNC, which is private funded, right? No, we need to be lobbying to get rid of those things. I don't know how we go about it. I've been thinking on it, strategizing about it. But I would like everyone here to be thinking about this because our strategy is not working. Go ahead, Jen.
Well, holy shit, Sally, you just made me realize something. Guys, guess who's controlling your local government? It's your local GOP. The local GOP. Okay, guess where the GOP is located, people? It's located in DC. The ones we always yell about. Remember Ronna McDaniel is the one who was running it. And then we got fired, right? And then we told people not to donate to Win Red because the GOP is a bunch of corrupt, freaking bottom feeding scumbags who steal money. And then what did they do? Here comes Laura Trump. Let's bring a Trumpy Trump into the mix. we brought Laura. Now you got to give to us because we need money really bad because we don't have any money. Please give Laura money. Well, what'd Laura do? Deuces after the election. I don't want no part of that. Right? So you're telling me to go local. Okay, I'm going local. Oh, I got to deal with the Washington GOP people. And now I got to deal with the catty bitches at the GOP who decide it's a popularity contest, who are running it worse than the GOP in DC, the place I'm not supposed to be paying attention to because politics is local. Do your local thing. Don't pay attention to us in DC. Okay. And if I'm the one who has to stand up and say this, well, I guess I'm going to get a lot of shit thrown at me from all the people who stand up in these spaces and say, local, 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 local. Like, I'm sorry.
Let's
How
use
I'm
Jennifer.
doing it right now,
Let's
that's
use
the
Utah as an
problem.
example, Jennifer. Like Utah GOP, like Bill Lyman should have won Utah. He won the caucus with 67% of the caucus vote. We had John Curtis, the guy who ran against John Curtis, won with 82% of the caucus. They should have never been on the ballot, but they were GOP backed candidates. So what happens? They found a way to be on the ballot, and guess who's now in office? So local is not working. The GOP system is broken. It's private. It's a private NGO. Just think of the NGOs. They are corrupt. They are rife with corruption. So why are we still allowing the GOP to determine who our candidates are going to be and put them in place? It's corrupt. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jen. I
No,
apologize.
you're right, Sally. And I'm glad we're having this conversation. I have sat up here, okay, for literal years, guys, and like literally threw up in my mouth every time someone said it. And I couldn't figure out why because I'm like, dude, this isn't working. This isn't working. Right. And then it was just this simple notion of Jen, who's keeping the people in check in DC? And that has started a freaking waterfall in my mind. Right. The fact like we have been absolutely tricked. We have been led in a wrong, it's not even that it's a wrong direction. Right. But if you look at, if we were to pull back and map out how local elections work, who's influencing local elections, what's going on in DC, who's not being taken care of in DC, I think that would paint a completely different picture if we were like, say we're in a war room right now, right? And we're coming up with a battle plan and we're looking at our current battle plan and then some crazy ass comes in out of left field and be like, yo guys, I got this crazy ass battle plan. I'll be that person. Okay, guys, I got this crazy ass battle plan. Let's flip it around, right? Let's flip what we're doing on its head and realize that the GOP is is literally controlling the local elections, and the local governance is acting the way they do because of Washington, how they're acting in Washington and what Washington is allowing them and telling them they can get away with. So in this instance, instead of me sitting here and trying to find a needle candidate in a haystack for the next 3 years, as you tell, or 2 years, as you tell me, oh, well, nothing you do matters until the last 10 days. Nothing you do. Okay, so I guess I could set up some donor meetings with this guy. I guess I could, make sure he gets to the local county fair this summer and all the street markets. Why again do we have everybody concentrating on getting those tasks accomplished?
I think we
But
should make
you
it so
can't
that
tell me what they voted on in Congress last week? Like, what's
Yeah.
going on here?
I definitely agree with that, and I like that idea that we should keep after them, and
I think we need
if
to
they,
do
I
it the
if they
think
have
legis
lobbyists, why can't we have lobbyists for we the people?
we need to
but I
make
think
sure
we need to
that
get rid of
President Trump, we need to make sure that President Trump does not go and endorse these incumbent rhinos in the next elections.
Yeah. So he needs executive
You know
orders
why
passed
they're
as
getting endorsed?
legislation
And I
right
don't mean
now.
to interrupt you, Adam,
Yeah.
but I have
Yeah.
to say this, Kim. You know why they're getting endorsed? Because leading up 2 years to the election, this time period that I'm calling into question, okay? Do you know what the candidates who are getting the nomination are doing? You know what they're doing? They're having Daddy Donor, fly them to DC so they can go and meet with all the lobbyists and maybe even get a tour of the White House or maybe even a meeting with President Trump or his staff. So President Trump knows who he is when it comes time to hand out those GOP endorsements. He remembers them because he was there. He was there in DC showing that he was ready to be a congressperson. He went to the Washington Monument. He went to the Capitol building and he took pictures to put on his vision board of him in DC as a congressperson. Except
I think we got to
you know
tackle
what the
this
other
from.
candidate's doing? You know what the other candidate's doing? The one who doesn't have a chance in hell, but has full support of the people and is loved by the people. You know what that guy's doing? He's going to the local county fair. He's going to the local, Mothers Against Drunk Driving meeting. He's going local. He doesn't have the money to go to DC and take Congress pictures and do all those things, because he's concentrating on reaching out to the people who are going to vote for him. Come time for the election, President Trump endorses the GOP guy because you know what? He remembers that guy. He told President Trump he was going to be the next congressperson, right? And the other guy, well, President Trump's heard of him, but this guy was standing in DC showing that he was ready to go.
President Trump wants us to trust him. He needs to trust us and either stay out of it or ask us who the best candidate is.
Guess what, Kim, guess what?
Guess what?
If someone would have been up in DC, not even the candidate had to be there, but somebody was out getting his message out to the right people, the Heritage Foundation, and to all these other foundations that all of the GOP picked freaking grandfather are all getting meetings with all of these DC lobbying people or 501c4s or governmental organizations, right? They're getting all these meetings because they're sacrificing their time with the voter in order to hedge their bets with the people in DC. That's what they're doing. Right? So you wonder why you sit there and say, holy shit, this guy came out of nowhere. I've never seen him at a local GOP event. I didn't see him at the county fair. Where was he? I didn't see no funnel cake in this guy's hand. Oh, well, he was in DC at the Capitol Grill with Ted Cruz and his lobbying buddies getting that steak and getting that check slid across the table at him. And now he's got the money in order to lobby the GOP and to buy his vote with the voters because he's able to buy the TV spots on the nightly news. He's able to buy the local TV radio stations because he concentrated on getting money from DC instead of reaching out, shaking hands, and kissing babies just like the other guy did, who wore out his shoes walking around trying to get every single voter to say and be like, yes, sir, I'll vote for you. It's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee until they walk in, press the button, and then decide they're going to vote. But you know what is a guarantee? The guarantee is that lobbying money out of DC. That guarantee is that your political consultant knows somebody at the White House, so you're able to get that meeting with President Trump down at Mar-a-Lago that you needed. You're able to hire the staff. You're able to hire the consultants. All the shit that doesn't matter. That is buying your friends. That's buying influence. But the guy who concentrated on the voter, who actually went out and tried to understand what the issues were in his district, that guy doesn't get jack shit because nobody knows who he is other than shaking his hand at the fair because he was told that was the right thing to do.
That's what I'm saying.
Therefore,
President Trump
Yeah,
needs to
hold on,
stop endorsing incumbents.
hold on, relax. Hit the brakes. Rob Cunningham had his hand up for a
okay.
while. for a long while. Hold on, he's been waiting patiently, and other people have spoken since Jen was talking. So we're gonna have some order here. Rob, are you still with us? I don't see him on stage anymore. Who else? Sally, you had your hand up next, so you could go ahead. And
Yeah,
then
I'll
we'll
just
go
make
over to
this.
Doc.
Yeah, so Jen, so there's twofold. Everything that she just weaved to you is, so you have your candidate on the ground, right? You got them out there doing their thing. You lobby for that candidate. You have a designated person, like lobbying for the people. You have someone at DC like Jen or whoever going and representing these people. That's one avenue. And two, we've got to destroy the GOP. We've got to figure out how to do it either through legislation. I mean, in a primary, if less than 50% of the people are actually voting in a primary, how is that a valid election? How is that valid? Because that's not representing the people. The people didn't vote for that. Only a select handful of people voted for that candidate to move forward on the ballot. That the system is broken either through legislation or Jen's idea of going and having a representative go lobby for that person who is boots on the ground, trying to get their name out there, who doesn't have the money, could collectively put all that money with a person who could represent the interest of the people. I think I know where you're going with that, Jennifer, and I really like it.
That's why it's so important to get involved with your party.
So how do you destroy the GOP?
Hold on, Southern.
No, what?
Southern.
Like, that's totally antithetical to what I just said, Kim. Get involved with the party, destroy the party, destroy the GOP.
Right,
You
so you do it
don't
from
need
within.
them. They are the problem.
There you go.
They're the problem because they're only half full of like people. If there
They
was
have a
patronage in
stranglehold,
there,
is what she's trying to
Honestly,
say.
you know what the GOP is? The GOP, okay, if you don't know this, politics is Hollywood for ugly people. The GOP is the people in school who had no friends, who decided that they now can be head of the GOP and be influential, and people have to listen to them because they sit in a seat of power. Shut the fuck up. We don't need those people. They are the problem. They are the cliques. They are the ones who have set up this social bullshit system that we all bought into.
All right, go ahead, Doc. I saw you had your hand up next, and then we'll go over to Southern.
Yeah, I agree with what Jen is saying. I understand Kim's point as well. I don't think we can get rid of the GOP, but we certainly have the power and the ability to control it much, much, much better than we're doing now. As Jen observed, Laura Trump was there for a while, then quit. Really, all of this is laid at the feet of Trump.
No, I get where Kim's coming from. I didn't mean to say it like that, but I'm just like, dude, the GOP guys.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think everyone did. The party structure, the two-party structure needs to be reformed. At least here in California, the RNC is completely in bed with the DNC. Completely. They work together, right? And it's horrible. We have a one-party rule here, the Marxist rule. And in my support for Trump, my expectation was that he was going to deal with this in a productive way. I think that candidates can be primaried, the right candidates can win if we have a fair election system. I think every election here in California is corrupt. I don't think that the general elections are fair, and I don't think the primary elections are fair, in part because of the corruption of the RNC. But Trump can fix this, and he hasn't done it yet. And we're creeping up on campaign season for 2026. Why do we still not have paper ballots, same-day vote, voter ID per executive order? He can do it. He can do it that way. He doesn't have to wait for Congress. And every day that he waits is another day where the big money candidates are getting out in front of the grassroots candidates that we might otherwise support or might otherwise have a fair chance or a decent chance and a fair voting system. That we need to be calling out Trump and the administration in the same way that we were calling out Biden and the administration beforehand for putting in this, the mail-in ballot and all the massive fraud that we've seen. California is unique in that we've had this problem here for 20 years because ID and they gave driver's license to illegals a long time ago. But undo that here in California is going to be a problem. But for the rest of the country, if, in my opinion, if Trump ensured fair elections, then the DNC and the RNC would have to change strategy, start picking candidates based on competency, based on policy, and not based on the ugly good old boy, slap my back and I'll slap yours.
Jen, did you want to respond to that?
Thanks, Doc. Yeah, no, that's literally what it is. Right? And they've given us this like, oh yeah, you guys have power. Yeah, go hold your little event. Like, yeah, go, go show up to volunteer at the local farmers market on Saturday, and you too can hand out a palm card about the candidate. It'll be fun. And that's how we're affecting everything, except literally everything is coming from DC. And if it's not coming from DC, or if it's not coming from Capitol Hill, right, it's coming from the GOP. So, like, what Kim's saying, right, is take over your local GOP. I think, right, Kim?
Yep.
Not just get involved, right?
Like,
Do what
become
Kim
the
did.
GOP.
Actually,
like,
guys,
take it
Kim,
over.
I don't know if you guys know this about Kim, okay, but Kim literally showed up at her local GOP, what, less than a year ago, Kim?
September 2023.
Okay, so a little over a year, right? And Kim is literally running shit now, guys, right? Like, she has made such an impact, and Hillsborough County, sorry, I didn't mean to blow you up there, Kim. Hillsborough County, right, is now really, is it red, Kim? Is that what we were talking about the other
Yep.
night?
Yep. We flipped red and now we're up 17,000 votes. So, and this is the first time that we've been a red county in over a decade.
And I'm not saying that it's all Kim, but it's all Kim.
But it's all good job, Kim. We're proud of you. Southern, go ahead.
I get where you're going, Jennifer, because I watched Ken Paxton, how long he delayed saying he was going to run for senator. He had to get the approval of the GOP in Texas. Texas is dirty, dirty, dirty politics with the GOP. They use their money not to campaign for candidates, they use it to tear down who they don't want to run. That's how they play politics in Texas. So we're going to have to infiltrate the GOP and take it over. But
yeah, that's been the plan, that's the idea.
Yeah, but
we got to get these rhinos out and make it America first.
Abandon the GOP.
But here's
Lord Trump was in charge.
Can I?
Lord Trump was
please?
there. We had it. We had control. Trump had control. He gave it up. Why? Ask yourself why and hold our own.
Wait, see, Doc, I gotta disagree with you on that. I think that was a strategic move that the GOP exploited the Trump family and gave Laura that position just long enough to get them the donations they needed to get before the 2024 election, and dumped her when it was done, claiming, oh, well, there's a conflict of interest or something.
But who's more powerful right now, GOP or President Trump? Who will more people follow? Who drives more money? Who gets more attention?
Well,
because guys, they are buying their influence. Right? President Trump is the leader of the free world. Okay, not just America, the free world. He is getting hit with literal mind-bending, mind-blowing issues every single minute of the day. And there's only a certain amount of time, right, that certain people are able to get in front of him. The GOP has their claws dug in deep, and I will use 2016 as an example. Okay? When President Trump won in 2016, Steve Bannon was the campaign manager. Okay. But Avi, the GOP, was like, Steve Bannon? No way. We can't have that. We won't have any influence. So what did they do? They hired Reince Priebus in the same position as Steve Bannon in the White House, and then wondered why there was huge problems in the White House in 2016 between Bannon and Reince Priebus.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I'm not going to give Trump a pass on any of this, though.
dude, I'm not giving Trump a pass.
He put Rance Priebus in that position, not the GOP.
Okay, Doc, listen. We can argue, yes, is Donald Trump the president of the United States? 100%. Does he have say on every single hiring issue, every single thing that is going on in that White House and who's being brought in? No, he doesn't. I don't think he does.
Well, I think he should. He has
This
the
time he
power.
does.
He gives it up. He lets other people do that for him. And he is more concerned about
Because
the whole
that's
world.
what a leader does. A leader is not someone who stands up on a pedestal and tells everybody else what to do. A huge part of leadership is being able to disseminate. Okay, and what word I'm looking for? Delineate or delegate things that you need to delegate, and putting people in those positions
but
that you
he's learned
trust in order
something
to
since
delegate
2016.
to.
Yeah, but that's 2016. He went through 2020 and now 2024. 2020 was election was stolen, and the GOP were just as active in making that happen as anybody in power in DC. He knows about the corruption. He's been a victim of it, and he's letting this stuff happen when he has the power. You can't tell me he doesn't have the power to pick his staff in the White House. That he doesn't have influence in the GOP. He does, and he's just not doing it. And it's time for him to do it. It's time for us to call him to do that, to protect us, to support us the way that we supported him. We need to have fair elections. Those promises were made, and we're still waiting, and the clock is ticking on 26.
But but I just want to see what is the best path forward. Is it to get into the GOP, take it over, or build our own MAGA as leverage?
Well, Kimberly has shown the template, right? She got into the local GOP and took it over. We're giving credit to Kimberly. Isn't that a replicable pattern and path for us to take and support here now today? It's my
Clone
question. I'm not
Kims.
saying.
We're
And I think it's both.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. This was already well into motion. There's some great people in Hillsborough County, but it was very corrupt at one time. I just happened to come in at a time when it was ripe for making those changes. And so I, minimal involvement, guys. It didn't take much, but it was something. And I had no precinct chairs in my precinct, and neither did my mother. And we literally put an hour and a half a month into it, the minimum. And then if we want to do more stuff or we find somewhere where we can be useful, we get more involved. But that's all you have to do in order to make the party healthy.
Okay. All right. That is plan. That's one plan, but we have to do top down. And that, because I watched what Ken Paxton went through in Texas before he could come out and say he would run. He had to have a blessing of the GOP, because he knew if he didn't, they would spend money to dirty him up. And he already went through that crap in office that he has
Southern,
now.
we have to be able to do a multi-pronged approach on these types of things.
I agree.
Okay? So we need to build up the MAGA. Let's just call it the MAGA party. I don't know if that's like a thing.
No.
The MAGA party, right? Because we need the ability, and this is not going to sound very nice, right? But to kind of threaten these people, right? And be like, listen, actually, I'll use We Build the Wall as an example. So when we built the wall and we raised all that money, there was at the time, I think 10 or 12 million dollars in the GoFundMe, right? And Jim Jordan and a bunch of other ones printed out the GoFundMe, right? And they went around to Congress and they walked in and they set it on the table and they said, listen, put the board funding bill money in the bill, or I guarantee you that money right there sitting in that account is going to be used to primary you. We have to have a leverage position with these people. And right now, we don't have any kind of leverage, right? But if you walk at the GOP and you're like, hey, no, I understand you run things a certain way, but here's who I am, and here's the people who I'm representing, and now we're demanding a seat at the table, right? If you just walk in there as like, oh, hi, I'm Jennifer Lawrence, I'm here, I want a seat at the table, they're going to be like, oh, I'm sorry, did you use the sign-up sheet outside? Did you send an email asking permission if you're allowed to sit at that table? Or if you show a use of peaceful force where you're like, listen, look at this nice ex post. Look at the support on that. They're real angry. So we're willing to like have a discussion here, but we're also not willing to just keep going the way we're going. So do you like we need to form that leverage position, whatever it looks like, and then walk at those people.
Well, I think that's American
hold on,
Mission,
Southern.
Jennifer.
Southern, 1 second. I was gonna say the conversation got so intriguing that we were able to get No Quarter to come up here and raise his hand. So I wanted to go to No Quarter. He's a wealth of knowledge, and we're talking his language. So yeah, how you been, Walter?
Man, just making sure we do the things we need to do here on the ground to get justice for my granddaughter. That's the level we're at there, but gotta stay focused on that.
Walter,
But
let
at
me
the
stop
same
you
time,
right there. Whatever needs to be done, okay, whatever, like whoever you need to get in touch with, we stand behind you 100%. I want to get your poor granddaughter justice.
I love it.
So
and we,
just I don't know what that looks like. Let me know what you need from me.
yeah, we're just trying to wait for a certain door to open. The investigations and all of that stuff are just finishing up, and then we can start, understanding what direction we can work from, without interfering with the investigation. So, but yeah, we're getting ready to make some moves there, and I certainly will. I appreciate you saying that, and I certainly will keep you guys abreast on that. Um, and I appreciate you guys. I miss you guys, but I want to go ahead and so I hear the stuff about the GOP, and every one of you are right. When I was hearing about Kimberly and the moves that she made, and she's a powerhouse, I'm sure, in any room that she goes into. Um, it's different on every level of the GOP, and I think that we talk about grassroots. You have to start from the lowest district level. We start here on the Senate House district level, Senate district level, and then we hit the congressional district level. And if you get into your basic political operations unit, if you become active in there, become House district chair or whatever, I mean, you can be a treasurer or whatever, then you can make the difference by, recruiting and finding people who are like-minded. I mean, that want to remove the current GOP and the establishment. But it's different everywhere. In every city, in every county, in every state, it's different. So you just have to understand whether your district, let's just use that level, is if it's if it's squishy, if it's just nothing but rhinos. And then, if I walk into a room, which happens to me quite often with my district, I'm dealing with nothing but rhinos. And I don't know how you go, you'd have to hit the streets and find people. And
highly recommend the buddy system because, like, two people is stronger than one. That you don't feel as intimidated or as shy. So I definitely recommend
finding that one other person with the balls the size of yours that wants to make, that's not afraid to make the difference. That's good luck with that. That's the issue that we have.
Never been a better time.
Encouraging those, those people that want the same thing you do, but don't have that ability to confront, if you want to say that. But thanks for the mic. Appreciate you guys.
Great to hear from you, Walter. We really miss you, and I'm glad that you're back in some capacity. And yes, like Jen said, let us know what we can do to help.
Yeah, prayers, man, and I hope the best outcome for that scenario and situation you're dealing with. We miss you, dude. And it's good to hear from you. Rusty, I'm going to jump over to you because I know you've worked your way up through precinct,
Rusty's another one that came in and basically became
exactly
chair.
around the same time you did. So I want to go to her real quick and then we'll jump over to Southern. And we got to wrap this up because my computer has been frozen screen. And I don't know how this space has been still hanging on without crashing, but I'm going to have to shut my computer down to shut down this space. So we're going to shut it down in about 7 minutes here. So we'll get wrapped up. Rusty, go ahead. And then we'll go to Southern and then some last few words from the speakers. And we'll call it a day.
Thank you. I've been out of the loop too, no quarters. I had not heard about your family situation, but I'm praying for you and everyone. But no quarters was right. So I knew nothing about the GOP. I had never been involved before. I went in trying to become a precinct committeeman. Come to find out, we didn't even have a GOP. Our GOP in my county had dissolved. The lady pretty much told me I'm sick and tired of it. I'm surrounded by a bunch of rhinos in my district, in our district, and we are. I mean, like in Georgia, like our district leader is the one that threw the fish fry for Brian Kemp, 2 years ago, where Kemp said, any machine is hackable. So we're like, what the heck, But I guess I wanted to ask Kimberly, so pretty much what I've been able to find out is, okay, so we have all these rules, right? You've got county rules that have to coincide with district rules that have to also coincide with the state rules. So you've got all these rules and that stupid Roberts rules. But so I've been trying to figure out, and I've talked to everybody all the way up to the Georgia RNC, and I've pretty much found out, like, literally, we hold no power. No power. We can't even stop someone from running as a Republican, even if it's a straight up, Democrat, basically.
So, Rusty, what did Jen say about Jen? Were you talking about the poll workers or whatever? Remember that?
Yeah, but no, I'm not going to say it again because no one's verified it. But I'm pretty sure that was the rule, guys. That nationwide, up until 2020, Republicans could be poll watchers, but they could not be poll workers. The ones that were handling the ballots.
Oh, yeah. Now, we do that. I've done that to
elections. Well, no, so Rusty, can I just say something real quick? Right? You talk about the rhinos in the party, right? And how there's all these rules that you have to follow. And if you don't follow rule 1, 2, 3, subsection B, subsection C, then 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're not allowed to have a voice. You're not even allowed to have, you can't even say anything because you didn't follow the rules. Our country is under the Constitution, okay? And all of these rules that these rhinos and other people have put into place, right? This social construct, this social order, okay? That is how they are controlling us, and that is how they are keeping the power and keeping the power away from us, because they have set up this false dichotomy where you have to follow their rules that they put into place. Although we are equal as American citizens, somehow you get to set up the rules that everybody has to follow, and if you don't follow those rules, you are now outcasted. and the rules are what we need to throw out. If it doesn't adhere to the Constitution, if it's not part of the Constitution, and Almighty God did not tell me that it was a rule, then guess what? I'm not following it no more. And this is what CNN is using as the argument for the midterm election. That these crazy Christian nationalists, that's us, if you didn't know, Christian nationalists, hi, okay, if they believe that their laws and their rules don't come from government, they come from God. Can you believe that? That no earthly body can rule over them because their rules come from God. And you know what? I think we need to start adhering to this, because the way these people have established themselves, kept their power, and are continuing to use their power is forcing us plebes to work in their system that they set up with their fake ass rules that are always going to put us at a subservient position to them. And that's what we need to get rid of. Go ahead, Rusty.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my point, is trying to understand their framework and see what I have to work with, right? And pretty much, and I was kind of curious what Kim's found so far. Pretty much what I realized, and how they move and how they maneuver, watching them, how they get things done. It's all about contacts. Get as many contacts as you can and build a coalition. So, like, I've even found the America First counties that are surrounding me. We've already been, and it's so bad this year. They were 2 votes off. And honestly, if they had done a revote, we would have had a committee, which again, all this stuff that they do, we had like 4 resolutions that passed in our district. They were all great resolutions. One of them was not to let Raffensperger run if he runs, or maybe it was Gabriel Sterling, one of the rhinos run. They shouldn't be allowed to run as a Republican. And it was 3 other really, really good ones. I think paper ballot hand counts was another one. But the thing is, you know what ends up, even if it ends up passing state, which I think some of them have, but even if they pass, it's still basically just saying, okay, this is going to be our agenda. We're going to go to the lawmakers and push them to do this. So it's all about contacts. And I mean, my point is yes, get in there, take them over, because it at least kicks a leg out up under the stool of the rhinos, right? Because they depend on the RNC to go out and whip votes for them and all that stuff. So we can kick that leg out up under their stool. That's still good, but it also allows us a coalition, to build that coalition to, well, hey, look, I've got an army of people behind me. We can form and go to this lawmaker's office and push him on an issue. I mean, it's still a lot of work, a lot of legwork. It's not a perfect,
But if we had all the seats filled, then the fact that the seats are only half filled, all the precinct chairs, right, across the country, is not by mistake. They keep it small, keep it all. These people have been running stuff because they haven't had to really, be beholden to the people, because
you act like we have to play by their rules.
I'm not saying we have to play by their rules, but we can use their infrastructure, which is what we talk about all the time.
Yeah.
When you become precinct chairs and so on, you get to set what like the bylaws are. You get to set
but that's my
whether you use Robert's rules or not.
But do you realize they're never going to allow you to do this? This is the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
They have given you an illusion that, all you got to do is this, and then you could play at our table. No, then they move the goalposts. Then they tell you, oh, wait, we forgot subsection E. Oopsie. Now you have to go and jump through this hoop, and then maybe we'll let you play at the table.
But Jennifer,
we need to flip the damn table over.
Oh, I agree. And there are many people that are doing that, in Georgia. But like I said, it's even the rhinos that surround me and my counties around me, they're powerless, and they know they are. They'll pretty much tell you the only thing that they're good for, But my point is it's the contacts, building that coalition. You can do that outside of the GOP if you wanted to, but you just got to be able to build a coalition. You know, that to me is the best thing about the GOP is being
You
able
got
to find
numbers.
those America First people, put them on speed dial in your phone, make those connections, and get your network as broad as you can to activate when you need people. And I was kind of curious if that's what Kimberly's found so far, but I'll
Yeah,
be
absolutely. And the other thing that I've found is that the corruption is rampant no matter what level you're at. I mean, like in my county, we've got a particular consulting firm, one dude with, he's got some serious Napoleon complex. But you have to, again, expose that. Ed Martin was talking about earlier, exposing the truth. It's one thing to know the truth. It's another thing to be able to push it forward and expose it. Like that guy, like we're saying his name as much as we possibly can. Everybody needs to know that that guy is a pariah and that he no longer can have his foot or his claws inside of the county because he's doing whatever he wants to do and what's good for him. And meanwhile, we were suffering. So,
Hey, Kimberly, and I apologize. I know I see Southern's hands
No,
up.
no worries. I am going to be wrapping up with, I know Southern had her hand up before, so we're going to finish up with her. But you could go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, one of the things that we're doing is we're having like each one of the members within our county, like, one go to the school board meeting every month, one go to the city council meeting, one go to the county council meeting, one go to the election board meeting, and we all meet back and kind of unload like what's going on. We've got one lady that's checking into the county commission, like for you and all the paperwork because there's some shady money dealings going on. So, and then, like I said, the more we can grow that, and we're doing little things around, like our next goal is to um, approach the sheriff about like our jail hasn't been open since COVID for visitors. So these people are having to do like FaceTime and stuff. And there's this woman, her son, he has real mental problems and he's been in there 2 years pre-trial. And I'm like, that's cruel and unusual. So it's things like that. And then like once we're able to finish that hurdle, we're gonna like put it in the newspaper. It's all about just getting as many people behind us. So when we go to the sheriff or we go to the county commissioner, they're like, holy hell,
Wait,
she's bringing
Rusty,
hundreds
what
of
is
other
this
people.
person in jail for?
Um, like threats or something. He's schizophrenic. Like he's got real mental problems. But I think, I mean, I think he killed her dog. I'm not joking. Like, and it was, but again, like I said, he's mentally off. But he's been in there like she said, I haven't seen my son in 2 years. And I was like, in person, she has to do FaceTime. And I called up in the jail, and sure enough, like they won't allow, it's not just him, it's everybody. They do not have where you can go in and visit people. They have been shut down since COVID and they're still shut down.
because they use it
That's
as an excuse.
against their like guys, prisoners still have constitutional rights. Right? That's not like that is becoming like a misunderstanding in this country. Right?
Especially
They
pre-trial.
still have rights.
Real quick.
And that could
Kim,
easily be you. So like everybody needs to start like, I don't know, being a little more generous and realizing that like our system is broken and there are people suffering at the hands of the system that isn't right.
Southern, go ahead, and then we'll close it
Okay.
down because my computer's frozen and it's just kind of like giving me anxiety that it's
Okay.
not.
All right. And I hope I don't get interrupted. Thank you. We've forgotten something. JD Vance is the treasurer for the RNC. He's been working with some of the precinct chairmen. They're coming up with MAGA stuff to blend in across the country. We have a unique opportunity right now, Jennifer, with AmericaMission, with JD Vance. We also have what we didn't have until Trump was almost assassinated, is Elon Musk. He put a ton of money into the Wisconsin judge race. We have Turning Point, which has really grown with Charlie Kirk. We're capturing that young new voter. We have a lot of things that are good timing. It's hard to make change when certain pieces are not in place. I build out sales forces from the field to the C-suite. You have to have somebody, just like Rusty said, at each point of contact where you're interfacing and getting information. So you can get together to strategize, how do we move this forward, and start making it more vocal. A lot of steps in there. I actually, Jennifer, have been working on this for a while because I started looking at politics, learning from y'all. It's just like building a national sales force. You've got to have everybody at every level point of call. Also, every influencer who, or the financials who impact that decision once we get clinical efficacy followed through on. Then we go to the business side of the hospital. We have to know every single player, every board member, uh, across in order to be successful. And I put people in at all those levels. We do that, we can win big. We will have all the information. We'll know who the good guys, the bad guys, how to get around the bad guys, where do we need to bring people. And through that, we can figure out an influence to bring other people around. And let me tell you something, primary a candidate, when a Nicole Shanahan steps up loudly and publicly, I'm going to primary Cassidy in Louisiana. That's another power structure coming from another point with a lot of money and a big voice. Because Bill Cassidy put so many guardrails around RFK Jr. to get that last vote. And what did Cassidy get out of it? 3 pharmaceutical donors, because he is up for reelection in the midterm. The state of Louisiana is angry with him. Everything's timing, but you got to have it at every point of call. So what Kimberly and Rusty are doing are right. I thought about, let's just have a MAGA. But if we do that, at some point, you got to bring it together, or do we fracture it, or the Democrats use it to split our party? I think part of the reason that Trump doesn't come out so loudly is he's got to work with what's in house now. We have a lot of senators who are rhinos that we're having to nudge, push, embarrass everything to get them to play well, because X is showing we can impact outcomes, but it's going to take a lot of people. We proved it to elect Trump, but now we need a structure. Now we need people in where they can put their talents and time. Do you know you can stream most of the council meetings in your local area? You don't even have to be there, and you can listen and learn and then figure out, where do I want to go in there and start? There's a lot of different things that are available now to us, but we've got JD Vance, guys. That's a huge thing. So, and he's treasurer. So I think we have to work with that. And Jennifer, you and Dustin are at that level where you can impact with that. And nobody's got the fight like you do. But the reality is, we have to go where they're at and start moving the needle to MAGA. And I think we should, with MAGA candidates, have to sign a pledge. And we put it up publicly. We have to make them commit, because I'm tired, like Jennifer is. They get up to DC, next thing I know, they're playing the stock market. They're going to the cocaine and hookers party. Eric Swalwell is on a recording saying he will only do level 10 hookers. I mean, and the lobbyists are sitting there just getting him drunker and drunker and drunker. And Nick Sorter recorded the conversation. That's how bad it is there. And the reality is, they worked 4 freaking days this week in the House. Now, that's absurd. Some of the Republicans stayed because they want this bill passed out of committee for Trump's big, beautiful bill. And we have to do this. We can yell and scream and do all that, but when you have a structure, you know who you're dealing with, and we're getting that information, we can build strategies. You know what? The Democrats have been using the same playbook for decades. Why? Because it worked. It's not working now because they can't handle the bright light, because with social media on X and everything, we can see what they're doing. They were in the shadows. Well, we know how they play. We're not going to go dirty, but God, we're going to hold them accountable. But more importantly, we're going to hold the line. And it's going to take all of us. And Jennifer, you're on the right track, but we still have to get local and move it up, because we're going to be building future leaders. We have to invest. Democrats have been brilliant at this, and they've been using our freaking tax dollars.
So I'm not saying, and that's why I like started the conversation by saying like it needs to be divide and conquer, right? But to have all MAGA people and all GOP people concentrating on one thing that doesn't really matter until 10 days or a month out, it just seems like a misplacement of resources.
Exactly.
Right? And because there has been an overemphasis on local and not enough emphasis on what's happening in DC in off years.
And I agree 100%. We're on the same page. I'm just coming from a business mindset. But if we have people at each level, you figured it out, Jennifer, and it's something I've been toying around with because I learned from y'all, because I was that voter until Trump came down and I saw what our government did to him. And I went, what the heck is going on here? And I had to learn a lot quickly. And I had to, and I paid a big price. I have my two beautiful children are furious with me that I support Trump. And I said, I support Trump because I love you. And I have to deal with that. But I will fight every day, because Trump and the future of MAGA is what's going to take care of our kids. And they have more choices and options and a better life. And I feel guilty as a baby boomer that I wasn't part of the solution. I was a good voter and I wrote checks for my company for candidates, but I didn't really understand what the heck was going on. Now I can't unsee it. And now
I thought I was hot
account-
shit because I voted in the primary. I was like, ooh, I'm a like really into this politics thing. I voted in the primary.
Well,
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna let Jen have the last word here, and then we're gonna close up. Go ahead, Jennifer, and we'll close.
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Thanks for coming, everybody. And I'll close up by saying that, guys, in previous in history, right, we would have to travel to DC and freaking, you know, wear our shoes out like AOC did, trying to like hit the pavement, right? We don't gotta do that. I am so much more effective shit posting on X and getting these people into spaces, right? And using the power leverage position that Elon has given us through X in order to make these people perform, right? Publicly inviting them to come into an X space to talk to us. And guess what? If they don't show up, that doesn't reflect on me. That reflects on you. And now I'm going to take all those people and I'm going to start bombarding you with messages about how you don't care about your constituency because you couldn't take 5 minutes to jump on an X space wherever you are to come talk to us. Right? We don't have to expand a lot of resources in order to get accomplished, like the stuff that we need to get accomplished. Lies is like, oh, well, you need to be in DC. No, you don't.
No, you
No,
don't.
you don't at all. It's way more powerful being on X and using the resources that we actually have at our fingertips.
And I agree, Jennifer. And I think we need to do a space just focused on how to build this, how to start with this and learn and find out what is it we don't know, or figuring out how to ask the right question.
Well, Southern, so that's part of the AmericaMission rebrand, right? And I don't know, like, so we changed the logo. Okay, logo's looking fly, people. I think you'll like it. Tells a bit of a story, okay? But part of it, right, is like, we need to figure out what bills are being voted on. And I had an interesting thought when Southern was speaking about why don't we live stream what's going on in Congress? Okay, like, we live stream our spaces, but like, if there's an important hearing happening or there's an important vote happening, instead of like putting it on the person to go find it and where it's happening, we as AmericaMission could just stream the 3-hour-long thing so that people on X, A, know the vote is happening, and B, have an easier way of getting involved and are more informed, so then we can follow up with a space to take action on what just happened in Congress. And I don't need a media pass. I don't need to go through security. I don't got to do nothing except listen and then activate.
100%. I mean, we had that situation, and I'll land my plane after this. The bird flu. Raleigh
Yeah.
comes
Okay.
into
Southern.
office.
Sorry, I gotta close it down.
Okay.
Please, 2 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, that program was moving forward. She didn't know about it because she just got into her position. Bryce reached out to me. We blasted all over, went after everybody about it. 48 hours later, RFK Jr. was on TV saying they took down the program that Biden had put in place. And the reason they took it down is because the virus would cause more shedding that would then hop from animal to human and also sterilize the chicken. So X matters.
Okay, so Southern, I'm going to cut you off right there. So up in the nest real quick. Dustin just put this out. Wait, hold on. Let me put the wrong one in. Okay, I'm putting up Dustin's post. You should repost this. 1 second. Adam, don't kill me. Okay.
No,
You want to know what's wrong with DC? You really want to know what's wrong with DC? This post. Okay. Here you have Speaker Zero No Micro Penis Johnson. Okay. Walking, receiving advice, looking like a bitch, that he is sitting there listening and getting scolded by his daddy as he's walking down the stairs of the Congress. And who is that? None other than Speaker Ryan, the leader of the establishment, the enforcer. Okay? You want to know why they're not doing the bidding of the people? Right there. There's your wolf. That's who's controlling shit, among other people, but he's a major player. And that is what's happening in Congress. And if someone didn't snap that picture, we would have never known that was happening. And Micro Johnson would be able to get up and be like, oh no, I don't even know Paul Ryan. Who's Paul Ryan? Who's that guy? I don't even know.
He's the guy that's got his fist up your ass, puppeting you. The little Micro Johnson. That's who he is.
He shouldn't be allowed in the federal buildings. I think that President Trump needs to pull Paul Ryan from being able to enter federal buildings.
Yeah, cut his clearance.
Yeah, he should also prevent him from ever entering Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Right, because now they no. See, the lobbyists and everything have realized their game. They don't have to go to the Capitol building. All they got to do is show up at Mar-a-Lago and give the notion that they're more connected than they actually are. Right? Like, if you know a member at Mar-a-Lago, you can go to Mar-a-Lago too, people. If you know a member, you don't need an invite by Donald Trump. But since everybody thinks you need an invite by Donald Trump in order to be there, we have a lot of people parading around there to give off like they have influence that they don't. And then they use those pictures in order to trick you into listening to them. We need to rethink how we're viewing people and the psychology behind politics.
Yeah, guys, make sure that you go up in the nest and share out Dustin's post and let Micro Johnson know how you feel about his interaction with ex-speaker Paul Ryan, the scumbag. Yeah, so I want to thank everyone for joining us here at the AM Thunderdome. You can definitely check in next week, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Definitely check out some of the other spaces AmericaMission holds throughout the week. Subscriber Sundays, Manic Mondays, and then Civics Tuesdays. And then we have church on Thursdays. There's a church space that we collaborate with. And also Wednesday, Mike and Destiny. So there's a lot of good spaces, and also if you check out some of our streaming platforms as well and follow us on there, Rumble, Pill.net, QUX. I believe we're streaming on YouTube as well, and X Live, of course. But if you are on one of those platforms, please like and or smash that like button, or what is it, pill on pill.net. And I want to thank Michael Hoggins here for streaming for us, as he always does and helps out with that. And Kimberly and Jen and Southern and everybody that's contributed today, and especially the listeners. We wouldn't be here without you, and be able to share this information. So that's all important. And definitely check out AmericaMission.com. You could get a discount on some of the merchandise. That's discount code AK47, and try that out, and that'll get you some discounts on some of the clothing items there. And there's like a little knickknack store as well.
Swag. Just say it, Adam.
I don't know, because I always got confused which one's the swag, which one's not the swag. So I was just like,
You got
all right.
apparel and then you got swag.
Yeah, all right.
Wait, Kim, are you busy right now?
No.
Call me with Cheney. All right, bye.
All right.
All right.
Thanks for the space, Adam. I appreciate it. It was great speaking with all you guys today.
And thank you to all of our speakers, Southern and Sally, Terry. It was awesome, Doc. I mean, we had some really great conversation today, and we appreciate everybody.
Make sure you give all
Everybody, we
those speakers a
appreciate you.
follow.
If you feel left out, don't feel left out. We appreciate everyone. Everybody's here all the time. You know we love you. Okay, Adam, you can close the space now.
And Terry, thanks for coming by, Terry. It's been a while since I've heard from you or seen you in the space, so it's good seeing you. And everyone, God bless you. Have a great weekend, and make America your mission. And it'll probably take. I'm shutting down my computer, so it's probably going to take a minute and a half for the space to close down. So
Love you guys.
Love you. Bye,
if you want to
Southern.
talk
Go
it out,
team.
go for it.
Go team.
Well, I just think it's time. We're going to be kicking that rhinos' butts forever now. They're done. They will know soon.
Call that out there. I think the space will be closing down. It usually, did you see a message that the host is having connection issues or anything? Or is this space going to just stay open forever now? Right, like if the ghost took over the space, I have no idea how it kept running this whole time, because my computer froze up, and it was the host I was hosting it from my computer, and it's just been going, and like it just froze up on me. I opened up another browser and something went wrong, and I just couldn't do anything, and it stayed alive, and I was like, yes, thank God, it's staying alive. But yeah, see, I can't even